with me. Trying to wing it today. Got something cool on and just like catch up. Get the crap off my card so I can trade it. Cool. It's a little crazy. A little crazy. My chart's all wonky. Up. Hidden. Enough crap off my chart that I can see what I'm doing. if my audio is bad today, I'm not sure what's going on with that. But we're fairly bearish today. It looks like they are going to break this structure out. I'm going to break it out and attacking sell. Order allocation. Open. Taking a dive. My short entry would have been at 750. So this might be something that's going to take off on us. Well, yeah, I think I figured out what causes my sound. Whenever I move my window on this to show the stream, it's not active. As soon as I minimize it, make a smaller window, problems. So I have to not do it. Hopefully everything's okay on the stream. Load it up. My audio is choppy. Ugh. Testing, listening to my stream. Dang. Fucked up, man. my sound and it's all choppy. And it sounds like shit. It's like using my webcam mic. And, because I screwed it up this morning and tried to fix it. And of course, it didn't work. So let me try it again. Testing. Testing. This is the webcam mic. It's better? That's the webcam mic. I gotta fix it. Can you hear this? Testing. This is a test. Can you hear me? This is a test. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's better. Now that that's over with for now, let me know if it screws up. Freaking OBS, buggy ass shit. Just testing my accounts again, making sure that the trader's working. Alright. It's pretty slow, pretty sleepy. This dang thing. I'm gonna have to watch this whole trend play out before I get another entry. It sucks. We're right here at the BSL. And I'm going to try to figure out a way to get into a trade, but that's not looking likely. Oh, it hurts. Let's get a nice big old bounce to trade. Well, she just chill. There'll be others. There'll be other trades. There'll be other trends today. Right? The bulls are in disbelief. Like, this is a fake ass dump off. Shit. Ooh, baby. Look at that dump. Woo-hoo. We're going for the NWOG of September 21st. God, wouldn't that be cool? Just rip through all those NWOGs we left behind for because reasons. Oh my gosh, look at this short. Just stop talking about it. system I've been working on, and getting some really great signals. And I got one right here for a short, and one right here, and it didn't even get up there to fill me. So there's that. Right now the longs are a bit tapped. They're sitting up at 25.08, and the SSL is about to flip the BSL, which is something that doesn't happen very often. We're in YOLO territory now. No bounce. No bouncy, no bouncy. That was a serious dump off there. How high are they going to bounce this? You know, I could see it turning back right here. But, you know, it's not really my system. Bulls are going to have to catch this knife. Could bounce it here because the linear regression is just ready to be pushed up. Deep pullback like what we just had. It's likely to have a violent reaction. So far, so good. And this is kind of a breakout pattern here, so expect it to fail. Eventually, I guess. Crazy bulls. What is this? Manipulation of some kind? Bottom manipulation. So we could see it return to 25, 21, maybe somewhere in that area. try to be patient. Let's just try it. Might end up stopping me out here. I'm nervous. Come on. Come on, Bears. Yeah, like I thought. Come on. This is crazy. Not feeling too good about it, really. Just wanted to get me out and profit. I see this happen with my entries all the time, and I have to be patient, but it's like also the fact that you could get blown out. It sucks. But your first trade gonna be a loser. That sucks. It just sucks. I'm gonna set up a runner because I think I can maybe get more. Let's try that. Come on, just go. Just go to the target. I don't think I can hold it. I gotta take profit. Come on. Alright, well that's a good trade. Got the first trade jitters out of the way. Woo! It's a tough one. Freaking stressed out. Taking like my first trade with what I would call like a alpha, an alpha version of my software. And I know that like after entry it's gonna do that, and then sometimes it blows you out. And I'm just like, come on, my first trade, just give me a victory here, And thankfully it ended up working out. Alright. Good spot to reshort. This thing has got some, I don't know, it just feels strong today for some reason. manipulation. They tap the they tap sell side just now. My level is at 978. So that's kind of like the breakout failure point. So like I could wait for it to go above there and put a stealth stop on it. Like that would have been a banger. So, but this support hold concerns me. Probably gonna try to take liquidity at 919.75, and if they get it, and the bottom will fail. Like we're in a bottom manipulation right now, so you know, got to be careful with the shorts. Next drawdown is a 1-to-1 risk reward kind of. Party and party some more. I was wondering where you were. Anyways, I took a trade right here on these wicks, and then took two in here, and then tried to set up a runner to get the bottom, but it started to come back on me, and I just cut it, and for good reason. Not for good reason, but a good effect. Like it did end up being the right move. Because we are in a bottom manipulation, so they are going to try to break this thing out. And if the bears can't get liquidity down at 24, 9, 18, 17, something like that, just below this wick here is where the where buy side is, 1650. Actually, that's sell side. Sorry. I'm gonna freaking label my lines here so I always remember. So I have a gray short entry on 78.50. 78 actually, exactly. So a gray short means that the filters are what is causing it not to be a trade. So there's some filter that I have on the system that is causing this entry level to be gray. So it doesn't meet one of my required conditions. And you know, it's kind of ends up being the breakout point here, and you see that we're getting a breakout, and you know, this probably will fail, but you know, like I said, an entry idea would be to put a sell stop here. So when the breakout does fail, you can take whatever they give you. So that 980 level is wicking that pretty hard too. So I don't like that. There is a valid short right here, but but it's scary because they just wicked that other level. So I didn't take it. But you see that it literally bounced off of it and hit it, wicked it. And my charts are a little crazy, and I just got to the office, so I'm being cautious right now because shit's crazy. My mind is all in a kind of a disarray. So the short entry brought it back down to that breakout level, but they seem to be holding the breakout level, so I'm just gonna chill for good reason. Another attempt at breaking out that short level. It looks pretty good, actually. Now that you mention it, they got a double bottom down below. Liquidity below is kind of in the market now, so they could be trying to take it. It's just kind of chopping around between the two levels. The gray short, which is directly below, and then the actual short, which is like directly on price right now. Tough to say. I want to take it, but if they bring this up, then it's kind of like a confirmed breakout. And the bulls they feel pretty strong for some reason. Like this bounce just felt strong. Tapping the EMA again. I wonder. Just don't remember how to search for it. Big psychology level. The Bears did take 25,000, but there's probably going to be some bounces above it. You would expect. And thankfully, that short entry's kind of blown out. They're closing above the 9 too, so well, they got 3 minutes to close above it, so a lot of stuff can happen. But right now, this is an ugly short signal that just got blown out. So I was right. And we have that double bottom here down on the bottom. It's on the short-term chart in here on the, you see the wick on the 5-minute. You got the low here, and then it comes back up, and then makes a higher low. So that is propping up the market linear regression, and the bulls are taking advantage of it. So I would just be overjoyed if I could make about like 150 more points per account. And I think I can do it. That would make for one of the best weekend feelings I've had in a long time. Coming up on 9 o'clock. Is there news today? No. Doesn't didn't see any news today, but I just saw somebody on some stream that said news at 11. So I think there was ADP or something supposed to kick off, but I thought that was at 6:30. Could be wrong. All right, the short entry is should be acting as support now, which is 25,001, and that's the idea. We didn't take that one short, and thank God we didn't. We were smart about it. But they're trying to hold this breakout. Like they have to. Whoa. What the fuck is going on here? 9 o'clock news? Must be. I don't have it on my calendar. But they got to hold this level here. 25,000. It's important to hold the breakout. So they got to send this back up. We're now below the short level that I didn't take. And it's looking pretty heavy. Now we're at the breakout point. The short entry that didn't meet our filter. The bulls are right here at 964-ish area. You got buy line and liquidity. It's right there. So let's see. The bottom manipulation is technically over. So if they get the sell side, which they're currently tapping on right now, it might be a failed bottom manipulation. That was a pretty gnarly drop there. Catherine, if you have a second, can you see if there was news at 9? Just wondering what the fuck happened there. Maybe that was just a smackdown. Bearish smackdown. Oh, there was. Gosh, I missed it. Another bug. I've had news on the calendar for some time this week, a bunch of times. Like ADP was on there. Spend inflation. It was red flag and everything. Yeah. I don't even track orange folders, so that would be why. See, do they get liquidity? I mean, technically they bounced off of liquidity right here. There was two bounces, one at 56.75 area, and the other one was just like a point above that. Right now, liquidity is at 50% of this FEG, which you don't see on that chart. I don't think. No, you don't. I don't know why. Let's see. Trade 14. Let's see if I can fix it. Trade 14. There you go. Alright, this is a must hold here. It's not looking good, really. This thing's kind of whacked out and volatile, so I'm not going to get an entry. There was an entry up there, and it didn't fucking register, of course. Right here at 30.50 was the short. 29.50, something like that. What could possibly? Oh, it was probably because it was above the bottom closed above the highest statistical average that I have, and when that happens, that means it's a very bullish move, and I don't like to take shorts off of very bullish moves. And it worked in this case because we had news and it's been crazy and it's volatile and we're fighting over 25,000. You know, fine. I'm happy not taking that. There'll be other times where it isn't a crazy bullish move and it's an obvious short. They already blew out one short earlier, so you know, comfortable. I'm comfortable with it. Especially with the bottom manipulation, you know, it was literally the bottom manipulation ended as the news hit and the short presented itself, and I'm glad I didn't take it. Well, I'm not glad, but yeah, I feel fine about it. And they're closing below liquidity now, so bulls are in a bit of hurt. We got definitely more to drop. And like people like Tanya, traders like Tanya or something. She's just sitting there being like, "Ooh, this is interesting." You know, like that. She doesn't get FOMO. She watches these things happen all the time, and then she's just like, "Oh, I think I'll take a short here for my stab, baby." You know, and I'm sitting here being like, "Oh, I didn't take my short entry." And she enters anywhere. She enters all over the place and just lets them go. So there'll be more opportunities. Bulls are just getting crushed. Almost to that NWOG. And look at the like for example, they friggin' closed above the 9. You know that was how bullish. Jeez. That was how bullish this little area of price action was. Is that they closed above the 9, and then the short presented itself, and it still dumped off and broke the lows. You know that's crazy. That there was that much bullish activity on such a drop, on such a structure, that they were able to close it above the 9 and still weren't able to hold the bottom. You know, that to me is just one of those things. You know, okay, the bulls shook me out because they were crazy bullish for a second, and they did horrible things to the bears. You know, where did they touch you? Kind of deal. You got FOMO on Zcash. Yeah. I am, nervous about this, because this is kind of like this is I was hoping for a bounce, but this shit is just like crazy weird. The volatility, the bulls are actually like buying it up like crazy, and it's not comfortable being short because this environment is just like you think that they're just gonna blow it out. Like I never would have expected them to just horseshoe this thing all the way back up, making a freaking green hammer. It's insane. They're gonna make it all the way back up to the aughts in 25,000. Like I said, they did close. They did close above the nine. So how bearish is this really? I'm not selling that shit like that. There was two red candles, and one of them was this last one, the wick on top of this candle that's still got 4 minutes left on it. This thing could fucking go to the moon right now. It's kind of like almost a parabolic looking thing. I ain't touching this shit with a 10-foot pole. Anyways, it doesn't appear to be Black Friday. The bulls are just too crazy right now. Unless this epically fails right here, this breakout attempt. They swept liquidity on the bottom, so that's all you need for this to be bullish now. The pattern is full. Negative Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. But they're gonna have to make a higher low here on this candle, so that could be trouble. I mean, they did on the short-term chart, uh, you know, here, here, and here, but there's no freaking way that it's just gonna keep going like that. It's got to come back down to make some kind of higher low or right shoulder, like an inverted head and shoulders. And when it does that, it could do it with such force that this thing will just take off to 24,000. But you know, I'm more used to the bulls being able to just do whatever the fuck they want, so I'm not expecting that. Even though we're like kind of in bearish territory, the market structure is bearish, but the bulls are just so strong around 25,000, at least below 25,000. It's like they're already able to squeeze the bears just just after open like that. That means a lot of dumb money in shorts. added some of my old indicators to my new system, so I can kind of get the synthesis. That's kind of what I was doing this morning when I got in, and there was so much crap on that chart that I had to figure out which studies to turn off to make it usable, so I could actually see the candles. But I think I have like a halfway decent medium here. I could probably kill a couple of lines, if not three. Oh, look at it! It's bullish. Gosh, that's great. You know, I'm glad to have the correct mindset right now. If the bulls can bring it up to like 50, 25, 200, then we'll switch to long side. But not until they do that. I mean, it's probably a little lower than that, somewhere in this area. Probably above these wicks. 150. I don't know because we're not there and my lines are turned off. That will tell me, and I don't really care at this point because we're still in bearish territory. They have to hold 25,000. If they do not, if this starts getting steam off of 25,000 to the downside, it's going to be real messy. You know, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous about this thing dumping. You know, I kind of hope that the bulls hold 25,000. I never thought I would hear those words, but there's something about this energy in the market that is just not feeling good with me. And you know, thinking about entering in on such a volatile day is just kind of. I long for the days where everybody was like, "Oh, this is fine." Feels like there's some kind of like shift in the vibe. It's like, all right, everybody take a breather. You gotta hold this. Bulls have to bounce it, or it's going down. I could see a 980 touch if that's where they're gonna bounce it. 980 would be an attempt at bouncing it there. Coming into it. I was hoping that they bounced it right before it, but they didn't yet. Not able to prop it. Oh, there we go. go. Nice push up. But immediate rejection looking thing. I have to hold the 50% of this push. If this entire push gets engulfed, wouldn't be a good look for the bulls. We do have a higher low that seems to be a little bit supportive there. That bounce in the 980s. We're still hopeful that the bulls can bounce it. And we kind of got a dealing range here with a push up, a push down, a push up, a push down. It's like a barcode section of the on the short-term chart. And it's possible that we could be getting like a price discovery kind of doji action after this push up. But leaving behind that green hammer on the 5-minute looks pretty bullish. And VWAP is actually starting to round up and become flat. So range day, it could turn into a range day if we get back up into this FEG see this FEG here. It definitely is a range. So like the way that it looks is if it gets into this thing, it should just kind of range. And but that's the trick of it. They got to get it up there first. So I can see the range forming above with the statistics, but what I can't see right now is if the bulls will be able to get up there. Wicks selling on the 5-minute candles. We touched the 105 twice when we dumped off overnight up in here. Just straight up barcoding on the short-term chart, and the 5-minute looks like a price discovery action if they can hold it. There's been 3 bounces on this level, and they're coming in for a 4th, and it's looking heavier and heavier every time it gets down there. That was not a good push for the bulls. You're gonna have to buy here at 71, and they're already underwater. So liquidity is taken again. Looks like they tapped for 50% of that of the whole structure. So if they pull this up and make a doji, it's classic price discovery action, and you can see another candle the size of this guy forming in the next 5 minutes. But they have to make it a doji. They have to close inside this wick, and if they close below the wick, not as good of a look. appreciate the 3 watchers today. If you could please like the stream or subscribe to my channel, I would sure appreciate it. Even if you're fed, you know, just click it. I can't see your name. You know, if you are a fed and you've been watching me this whole time, you know, help a brother out. Yeah, and that 5-minute candle closed pretty heavy, so might be going for a portion of that wick. We're coming into the kind of the left shoulder area that we'd want to bounce off of to make a. This is so far it's looking like a really beautiful inverse head and shoulders. Back up to the breakout point, tagging these wicks to the left. Not a great spot to break out. Boy, this area is really rangy. It's between 27 and 25,000 essentially. It's just been barcoding city, starting about like 9:19, 10:19 Eastern. It's just been back and forth. First fall out of the range here was to the downside. We actually have a couple of upside moves, so you could basically claim this whole area is a range. So even this price action and this price action over here was part of the range. Like this was a attempt to break out of the range. This was another attempt to break out of the range, and these were range high hits. And then we had these candles are closing over it, but it can't find support in the range, and we've seen that by this this little horseshoe maneuver. So now on the short side, we are like at the 50% of the range that we've been making, and that's where you would find liquidity to take it down. If you got thumbs, hit that thumbs up button. When I say that, I'm filtering out the robots. I don't mind robot likes anyways, but you know, just it's funny. Still looking like a beautiful inverse head and shoulders, but that big 5-minute wick right there. And if they close this down at the very nub and they make that thing, I call these fuel bars. So essentially, you have a million trap traders trying to ride it up on this wick, and you know, essentially every point that it goes into this wick gathers up more bulls that were underwater and are still in. So it's you know, when I say fuel bar, you can think about it in that way. That there's a bunch of trap bulls on there, and every point they bring it up just adds more trap bulls to the equation of which side is which side is winning. It's there for them to take. The opening range balance is or the opening range just hit, and it's they have the fuel. It's just are they going to be able to do it? And of course, in pure fuck job fashion, you know, the market just kind of died down. This is what I would call a pogo stick bottom. It is an inverse head and shoulders. So far, I gotta hold 920 something, you know, and this is actually the level that you know, they're desperately trying to hold. 960. This would look way more bullish than coming down to the 920. So they are doing their best to hold this level. It's kind of the original breakout level over here. But you know, a bit heavy looking. This is for traders with way bigger accounts than me. And we're essentially trading a range here right now too. So. And I haven't gotten a short entry since here. There was one here, but it didn't trigger me for some reason. So it seems like a bug almost, but you know, I have a long weekend ahead of me of back testing and making filters and trying to figure out why some of these are not triggering my logic. It's a, you know, it's a tough game. All right, so losing that level here, coming into the left shoulders area where they originally found support. They're gonna have to hold that opening range low, as they usually do every day when that prints. They're gonna try to go for it at least twice. Looks pretty heavy. Bulls are pushed in right now. They lost liquidity and they're underwater. We could short it here, but It's a crazy day. This short would be out of my not in my system. It's just like I kind of feel like it's gonna drop. One of those ones that you screw yourself on. It just looks pretty heavy. But the bulls are now not underwater. Back down to their entry, which is right on 24.75. So they're back in the green. So they don't want to push any farther than this point. And they blew that left shoulder. So, but they did not close under it. Maybe they did. It's close. The low on the shoulder was 17.75, and the close on this short term was 17.75. So yeah, they closed on it, and then wicked gently under it, and now they're trying to bounce it. Looks like it's gonna fail. Can you imagine buying this shit? Holy crap. Fuck that. I'll be back. I fell through. Well, not a beautiful inverse head and shoulders anymore. This is one of these drops where it's just triggering all these little teeny tiny orders in the book now because they ate up all the liquidity and now they're just ripping through all these people who have had orders on the books. The NWOG. So far, this is a failed bottom. They tried real hard. Didn't get it. American flag in there. All right. We got 3 watchers. Woo! How many likes we got? 2? One of them's me and one of them's Catherine. Come on, people. Give it up. I got 3 likes. All right. Nice. All right. Still no close below the NWOG on the short-term chart. You got a wick hiding the close. Gosh, what a Friday. Well, dang. Just looking at rewinding Tanya's stream. She took a short off of 25,000. She's already out. Dang you! What a balla. It's not my style just yet, but we will get there. Little V-shape on little V-shape bottom on the short-term chart. Up to the last bounce point, they're banging on the sell side from the bottom. Straight up dump off. Bulls are trying to hold 852. The crossways, the x-axis line that I got is where the bulls currently are trying to bounce. Can they do it? It's looking pretty heavy. Got a bunch of trap liquidity up at the breakout point, which is in the 880s. I mean, obviously, if we hold this opening range low and bounce it above there, we're probably going to try to take a run at the high. Little doji. So far, the bulls held their positions. It's looking like a good bounce. We got shorts trying to hold down 24.9 odds. I don't like the V shaping. So short down here. You can see it exploding up to the 9. And 51.25 is the current bottom. Looks like we're starting to form a bottom manipulation. FYI'sers, that would be a return to the 930s area if they sweep this liquidity and then start making higher lows, and we would see a push to 930. Oh boy, that's nice. Finding the combining my system with my old system that reminds you of the manipulations. It's definitely a plus. I'm loving those manipulation signs. Three pretty equal touches down here at the bottom, but expect to take liquidity at least. So there it is. And the bulls are going to have to bounce this level here. So far, so good. It looks bouncy. That would be the sweep of the liquidity required, and now all they have to do is make a higher low, and then we're going back to 920. I think the idea would be to take the NWAG and then bounce off of it. That would be probably a pretty strong signal. We got to do it though. One thing that's interesting is that the bulls have not bounced it in such a way that like the bears were any danger. is crazy. The action has been crazy. Very wild. 5 minute candle close, another doji. We're in a bottom manipulation. They're making a higher low here, but it's kind of robo support. So I'm not sure if they now if they can close above the NWAG, then we're going to 920. But they can't go any lower than this. Because this would technically be the higher low. But it doesn't look like they can. They're having trouble bringing it off liquidity. So definitely don't want to see that wick getting broken if you're a bull. Well, range candle theory says that you get the sweep and then you get the bounce. And it's 3 straight wicks. They're buying it up like crazy down here. Oh, we got a military helicopter flying overhead. I'll be right back. No, it actually looked like a Comanche, and it's on its way to the it's on its way to let's see, it's on its way to the south. Just looking around tubes, see anything cool. Doesn't appear anybody's in something. Dang, who's this girl?
A very important concept, okay?
All right.
I want you guys to look at what the VIX is doing right now.
Just going through the tubes, see what anybody's up to, and nobody's really doing anything. Just talking about how crazy it is, I guess. That was FSP. I was just in on some chick's channel called Loomy Trades, and I had my sound on because I wanted to see how she sounded, and of course she's got this outrageous European accent. Jeez. Let's move the chart down. I'm able to hold the NWOG there. And the Bulls haven't really had a nice, meaningful bounce since this ridiculous hammer got put in. Been in bearish trend territory since 9:30. We have not gotten a signal in some time. They're short of 25 to 29 twice. But for some reason my system didn't trigger those two. Not sure why. It's probably something to do with the filter that I put on last night, where if it was over the last line, then I skip it, because those are very strong bullish moves, and you know it was. It's obviously very strong bullish moves in this area, and the system kind of got disregarded those because it was too strong. Seems right to me. Like, this is a Friday. It's very volatile, and you know the vibe is weird. But happy to be in the 24s. We're still in a bottom manipulation, so you know this is the new breakout point. 984 or 884 right now. You know they had a chance at 920s, but it just kept dumping off. So the bottom manipulation is kind of has run its course. You'd expect a return to the breakout point, and they're going to be trying for 935, but it's going to be a stretch. We'll see. Hopefully we get a tasty short entry. With these dump offs, they're just going through the order book and expect. I kind of expect that once it finds the bottom and takes off, it's going to be a violent one again. $10. Just got another half an hour of my favorite trading hours. Kind of sucks. G.I. Joe Live. I subscribe to that. I like to watch a little G.I. Joe once in a while. There's nothing going on. This dang thing won't bounce. We're 2 minutes away from 11:11 on the Eastern Time Zone. Can't believe I only took one trade today so far. I think, right? Yeah, 1-0. And I'm tied for my max win streak. One more win in a row. And got that going for me, which is nice. Let's see. Liquidity. Left it behind. Alright, cool. So liquidity is starting to gather up around 24,800. If the Bulls can keep it away from that and bounce it, then they're going to have another test of it. Oh, I just took it. So market is just munching that sell side today. They're taking it any chance they get. Dang. What a dump. Endless dumpage. When Black Friday comes. I stand down by the door, catch the gray man when they dive from the 14th floor. When Black Friday comes, I'll collect everything I'm owed. And before my friends find out, I'll be on the road. When Black Friday falls, you know it's got to be. Don't let it fall on me. When Black Friday comes, I fight out a muscle broke. Gonna strike all the big red words from my little black book. Gonna do just what I please. Gonna wear no socks and shoes. With nothing to do but feed all the kangaroos. When Black Friday comes, I'll be on that hill. You know I will. When Black Friday comes, I'm gonna dig myself a hole. I'm gonna lay down in it till I satisfy my soul. And let the world pass me by. Archbishop's gonna sanctify me. And if it don't come across, I'ma let it roll. When Black Friday comes, I'm gonna gonna stake my claim. I guess I'll change my name. It's a good one. Oldie but goodie. Still in a bottom manipulation. Crazy. We actually fell into the dang thing. We never do that. Barely ever. Falls in a little bit and then just bounces out usually. And most of the time, they're big bounces. So third straight bottom manipulation. We had one at 8:30, one at 9:53, and one starting at oh jeez, way off. One at 9:30, 9:50. Gosh, it's the same deal as yesterday. Exact same deal. So the next, that one happened, and then it fell a good deal more. Liquidity bounce, and then bounced again. Barely took liquidity, but held it. That's what I was getting some shorten activity around noon yesterday. 9:11, and then 10:53, and 10:30 we had a short, and 10:07. So we're due for an entry. This thing won't bounce. Been there. We're looking at the 840 area for a bounce. If they can do it. Maybe go for the N-log. This would be at 950s would be an obvious target. Somewhere in there. Makes sense, but look at this stupidish. Bulls finally bounced it. They're going for the analog. see it getting there. Some of these crazy bounces that barely have any selling on them at all. Made a higher low on the shorter term chart. So, it seems strong, but who the heck knows? They're trying to trap these bears, new bears. Let me get a signal here. Yep, I am. But it's kind of scary. I don't like buying the ones that don't have any selling on the upswing. So I'm expecting them to blow this right here at 825. And in true fashion, looks like they are going for it. Maybe. Profit a little bit so far. Gosh. Nice. Passed it up, and it was a good move. This is kind of where you can put your sell stop here on 24.75 if you're so inclined. Hit the 90 in May too. So like any expansion of a close above the 9 would be interesting. Wouldn't expect it actually. So maybe the short is good. This looks like maybe it's gonna make a higher low somewhere in this area, like 793 would be where the bulls would want to bounce it. prime for a bounce. Like I could definitely see it bouncing off a 793. This is kind of the same spot yesterday that we got a short entry that worked. 10:30 exactly almost, but it was way nicer, way cleaner entry. That is short, but I think it's gonna bounce. You're gonna take liquidity again at 761. Gosh, be crazy. Let's see what it would look like if I had sold that. Stop would have been clean. Fucking A. Bless it. The manipulation's over. Just need to make a higher low think. It's possible. I yeah, I'm getting like a little bit of FOMO. See it drop to 750 off my level, and it almost touched it again, but it's really trying to bounce here, and you know, fucking frustrating. But and I also have to take a leak real bad, so I'll be right back. This dang market. It's an attractive short right here. That's my old trading, not not my new stuff. Very slow. See. Anyways, this is still shortable here. See, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? If this blows 825, I'm gonna just buy or sell stop it. I thought they might, but they can't. They can't push. Fuel bar, bullish fuel bar. Another ridiculous hammer. Close the hammer there. Might just form a little breakout pattern here. Definitely cleared liquidity. I hope for a bounce, really, because I want to short it. I don't feel comfortable shorting these little teeny tiny bounces. And it's funny because I don't really even feel comfortable shorting the big bounces either. So, look, it just fucking dumps. Some buying right on the end. Signs of buyers, but it's heavy. What the fuck? Oh, come on. Okay, so the manipulation's over. They've swept liquidity, and if they keep this higher low, then could get a bounce. Really big upside. Come on, give me a clear entry. Let's go. So close to the end log. You would think. Bulls got excited there for a second. Another fuel bar. They ate it all up already. So rough, so tough. the bulls up a little bit, suck in a bunch of new ones, and wreck them. Can't even get to the orange line. Fuck. Bulls are gonna try to bounce this right at 775 area. I do not have a level that is even close. It just looks like it's about to rip down again. It sucks. Big old fuel bar on the 5 minute. Oh man, what a joke. Bull's trying to bounce it still. They're trying to hold the DCA levels. They got a fuel bar above. Trying to hold liquidity at the NWAG. That's where it's at. I think that was similar to the bounce yesterday. Is that 11:20 when it bounced. This one bounced. And it was a good short entry. So above the orange line, short entry, I'll take it. But they're having good luck getting up there, and fuck. It's all the way up at 819 right now. And it just wrecked the bullish side of the market. Absolute carnage. been kind of digging around for a half an hour now, and now we're finally getting a dump. It's like a V-shape recovery pattern looking thing. If they can start ripping it up. Starting to flatten the lines out a little bit. $7.58. Come on, give me an entry. Oh yeah. Just long it, maybe it'll go up. O'clock, and I wanna rock. Fucking lame. Fucking do something. Bulls are trying to pile on. Can they make it to the orange line? Seems like a fucking dream. Sure can't seem to bring it out the bottom there. Oh, the new liquidity printed too. Usually we're above the noon print. So I can see it coming to test it from the outside. Not before they take liquidity. Perfect. You know why? Because that makes this bounce stronger. And waste everybody's fucking time. The bulls are talking about how, oh, everything's so manipulated. Fucking bulls are something else. Truly, truly are. Fucking bored. Gotta get a bounce soon. Gotta at least be up to 760s. 760s. Be unlikely for it to go down there and not grab it. Yeah, they are. I need more work to be done on my system. I hopefully on Monday this shit's gonna be fucking crazy. I don't fuck it up. Catherine asked me, why aren't I taking the short calls? This market is not acting right. You know, I haven't seen a dump like this. And yesterday was a pretty good one, but this fucking thing is like, the patterns are just weird. I know. Just being hard on myself. It doesn't feel like it's gonna bounce. Even the times that it did bounce, you know, you're like, all right, well, it doesn't even register that that's a bounce. This area in here, because you're thinking, okay, well, where's it gonna stop? Well, didn't go anywhere. It's a little tiny inverted head and shoulders on the short-term chart. You can see it here too. Like they set up all this range here. There's just a bunch of bottom shorters, and now they're gonna fucking bring it up, and it's gonna make it all confusing for everybody because the shorts just got wrecked here at the bottom. Fucking annoying. So there's two schools here. You know, like this is a short, and then if this doesn't work and the bulls take it above this, then there's a big short thing that just got wrecked. So does that make these shorts suspect? You know, I think it might. It's just plenty of tricks on your brain the whole fucking day. Bulls would love sweet, sweet revenge. just looks so terrible right now. It's just like you're gonna short something that looks so bullish, and it just makes you want to freaking scream at how slow and stupid the action feels. It's fucking annoying. I've seen this pattern before, and it doesn't feel good. We haven't had a touch of the orange, the high range until right here. Crazy. Right now it's at 800. Just gonna straight rip it through. Oh, well, they couldn't possibly. Finally hit the orange line. Level on my crosshairs, where I would short stop. I don't like this bounce. When the bulls do it, it's like blows out the short entries, but the top. When the bears do it like this, they get fucked. sense. Hey, all right. With that, I broke my max streak. All right. I think we're headed for that NWOG, you know. Because it makes sense to go at the opening range low from the bottom. It only took us freaking 2 hours. Just wore me out. Getting a bit squeezy. This probably is coming down somewhat soon. So, yeah, we got a nice slow push down. See what they can do with it. Getting trapped. No biggie. Nine in a row. It's pretty cool. Trump is talking, by the way, I think. Can't tell you how many times I've longed this area and been totally screwed. So of course this is just gonna bounce. Oh my gosh. I'm giving myself a headache looking at this chart today. Full stop on one freaking contract would be risking my entire day. At least half of it. Almost noon. Come on, will you go up just a few more points so I can get a freaking entry? Same level I shorted earlier. Of course. What is happening? Breakout. Let's try it. Please. Robo support. Come on, dickholes, dump it. All right, that was cool. Finally got a freaking entry. Not that much, but not too bad. I'm still extremely nervous about sitting in trades, so we'll get there. It's got a ways to go. Probably 800. I'll make you lose your mind. 10 win streak. It's a new record. Not a bad day. 468 bucks. Could have made a shitload more. Can you believe this? You know, this market. Look at how much money you could have made today, and look how much money I was in for. Just insane. We'll get there. We'll get there. I was just sitting there. I can't remember what I was doing or thinking about. I was like, oh, my system triggered 3 bars ago. And it was right there on the price still. So I'm like, boom, get in. Finally. It's been the first trigger I've seen since this area, which would have sucked. 34, 25. Three wins, 0.6 R, no losses. Not my best day, but pretty dang good. Probably gonna start reaching for VWAP if they can, but I would like to short 872. But 894 might be in the cards. 900 might be in the cards, really. Yeah, did you miss that one too? Catherine the Great. Oh, four legs. Nice. That's great news. Hey, Lurker, can you throw a like on there on the stream for me, please? I really appreciate that. You never see my trades, Catherine the Great. You're always on a phone call. It's amazing. It's almost like spooky. Give me something spooky. Yeah, like we go into this weird timeline transition where I'm like in a trade and you are on a phone call at the same time. They always maybe they always and you always see my losers. Isn't that interesting? Times where I've blown up, you have witnessed it most of the time. All right. I'm probably not too long for this YouTube stream. I have got a headache and I got a lot of programming to do after watching the charts today. And a lot of back testing this weekend. Well behind my cigarette schedule. Yeah, this is looking bullish. They made that that short we took. That was a higher low, and now they have a fine structure to keep going. But we do have the opening range low, and if this is bearish, you can figure that they might fail somehow. roll with a simple moving average today. And with the EMA, I just switched it, and this is a short at 868.50. I switched it because I figured that it might be the case. And sure enough, if I would have had the EMA going today, I would have been in a lot of shorts. This one, which I think I might have been in. No, I was in here, but that would have worked too. It did already, and then there was a short right here. Missed that one. Missed this one. Yeah, EMAs are where it's at. There is a short level at 868.50. I'm just not feeling it. I really have to do some more back testing and figure out a way to make this foolproof. Because it doesn't look that great for me for a short. The linear regression looks like it's probably going to hold up. And I wouldn't mind it just like if it pumped and then you could put a stop there. Because like this is the typical pattern. Like comes back up and closes above the entry, which it did, and then it'll blow you out and then it'll go down. So there's still that nagging nag to it where it's gonna get chopped up if you take the wrong entries. $790 is where liquidity is, sell side, and $880 is where the buy side's at. So this is a breakout. And look at that. Short entry is paying so far. Still very, very slow and annoying. Really, since 10 o'clock, it's just been a total snooze fest. Very happy to be profitable today. Very happy on the stream at a 10 win streak record for my setup for my take profit trader accounts. Nice set of 4 likes. The watcher who's lurking here would love to have your thumbs imprinted on my stream. Just pop that little thumbs up icon right there. See where it says no upcoming events on my stream? Move your eyes just maybe an inch down on your screen and click like. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Really helps me out. Coming into that short level again, still looks pretty supportive. I'm sure they could start ripping it down, but probably not. It's a second straight wick on the 9. Then we got that hammer bounce. It's looking like we could get a bit of a squeeze. Maybe a close above and fail though. That'd be cool. Nope, not yet. Making a wick. Making a wick. Capital preservation. But very happy to be below 25,000 finally. I am so sick of this all-time high shit. I would love to see a huge correction a la February of this year. Even bigger. Let's burst that bubble. Let's burst it, baby. Draw fib, we gotta break 24,000. So that is the bears. That's what they're gonna want to do. And then we can see 21,200 from there. But most it'll probably bounce around 23.3. Looking at the daily. This actually is pretty supportive. This is on the daily. This wick from the 22nd. There's a wick from the 22nd from here to here. We made a lower low. Basically it's just tons of support all the way to 24,150, and after that it's under 23. But you can conceivably think that this might bounce it. This area might bounce it 24,600. But no, if this doesn't hold, if this doesn't bounce the market at 24,800, then you would think that we're probably going to at least 24,183, and like 24,44 is not a good support, and then we're talking 23,290 is not a good support. And the first untested support would be at just about 21,300. So that's a long way down from here if this wick doesn't hold. We're right there testing it. So could we get this massive dump off into close? Yeah, we sure can. Got another short entry level here at 879.50. it's a really tight market right now. The linear regression is compressed, and there's a number of higher lows here. It's like a nice structure for the bulls. So we might be heading for VWAP, which is at 25,000. It's under it, but probably won't stop directly at VWAP. If it goes up there, it'll probably bust it and pretend like it's like gonna bust it, and then that would be what I've seen a lot. And we're not squeezing. Still not really squeezing, just kind of letting them up. Levels to watch: 24,940, 5, 24,945, and 25,000. It's a crying shame that they let the Bulls up, let them up. It really is. Sad. Alright, let's see. This didn't work. This did work. It's right there. It's gotta be a filter. Maybe the orange line. Any shorts inside the orange line. Might be a good idea. That one was outside and it worked. It was a banger. Might be worth not taking shorts above the orange line anymore, really. I'm getting really, really great entries under the orange line. And if the orange line is broken, then, we got trends that happen over it. This was over that orange line, but it failed. But it didn't give me an entry until after it was under the orange line, which was right in this little the fuel bar. Which if the Bulls bounce it up into this area, they can use to take it above the 105, which would flip the market. So, I don't often see losing the low or gaining the high and having it come back during the day. It usually tries to hit it and doesn't, and then dumps off again. But of course, the fucking Bulls bounced it. Of course. So good luck with the rest of your Friday. Wish me luck on my back testing weekend and programming. Hope to have a banger Monday, and we're getting close to PP&L again. I'm not gonna Not gonna risk it. I do have to. I got some work to do on Monday, but fingers crossed. Golden Bubs to you, Catherine the Great. Enjoy your sitting around making lunch. It was a fun stream today. Even though it was kind of boring, I was really focused. My eyes hurt. I think I'm gonna close them for a few minutes and then have a cigarette, close them for a few minutes, and then get working. All right. Peace out, dudes.